Good day and good evening, and welcome to Extreme Trial 1 farm stream. With me, Caetsu Chaiji, but just call me Kai. So far, we actually have 9 players here. So, you might notice that our group is interestingly balanced. We will see... We'll have to see if we can actually get a, normal group composition, because I don't think Valley Amanda will accept like a Viper Samurai tank group composition. So we will have to see who will play something else. I've specifically asked everyone in the group to switch to the job they would prefer to play. That's very strange, Sonnen. Are you sure there's nothing you can do? I hope you can find something out at least. You could try contacting support. I don't know. In the meantime, I hope you'll get a better day. For the rest of you, hey Shaq, hey Zeros, hey Ardell, hey Matthew, hey Cyanide, hey Matsuro, hey Girin, hey Siren, hey Ham, hey Kvasaria. I hope you're all doing very well. Right. Also, hey Derby, hope you're doing well as well. So, step 2 of our setup here is first of all, I believe the only healer we have that can flex is Shaq, and Shaq can only flex to Viper. So that of course means, as we have 3 healers, Shaq will have to flex to Viper. That means that we'll have 2 Vipers. However, I mean, I can flex to Warrior, but only Warrior, pretty much. Like, I have a few jobs, but it kinda has to be Warrior. Yeah, hey Cat, hope you're doing well as well. We'll see what happens. There's a chance that people have to go throughout. So if you're not too deep into something else, then we can see when something happens. The same applies to Derpy, of course. I think this works. We have 3 ranged here in total, so that of course means that... let me just consult my macro. It's been a moment since I've done this, so... Right, so one of the ranged will have to basically play at being ranged. Oh no, you switched to melee. Okay, in that case... Well, see, the thing is... Now we have 2 ranged physical and 2 melee. It's no big deal that we don't have a mage, like we can work with that. I'm pretty sure both Naomi and Ardell do not have a mage that they'd feel comfortable playing for this. So I think this is fine. The guy's doing ranged, melee, ranged. I guess so. You can see that here, but this is Extreme 1. It's 1% extra party bonus, that's the thing. Graham Bywater. But we can make it. We can make it if we try. Also, hey Rust. Hope you're doing well. I think this group composition should work. Just before we start, just asking, does anyone in the group need a refresher on any of the mechanics? Like anything we need to talk about in particular? Which feather are we doing? That is a good question. I'm kind of indifferent to that. I've heard that second feather... Is second feather easier for melee? Is that right? I'm pretty sure second feather is easier for melee. Derby says, I did a few runs yesterday, but all I remember was that I got attacked by a moth mid-fight and ran off the arena. That's pretty funny, especially if that caused a wipe. People are like, what did you do? Like, what are you doing, Derby? And you're like, you're never gonna believe this. Should we do second feather then? It seems like no one is saying anything on that in the party. So should we just say second feather? So that means is the second feather that drops will be the feather that we attack. We can also just do second feather if it's the less commonly done strat. I don't even know. We can just do that because we're quirky and weird. If that's the case, we'll just do that. The thing is, what matters is that we choose it, so that we agree. So we're doing second feather. I think that's it. I actually have to ask, because I've never tanked this. Is there anything that anyone can tell me that I would need to know that might be a big problem if I don't know? Like, aside from, when you see the big tank buster, maybe use a defensive cooldown, and Mountain Fire hurts like wow. Don't underestimate the ice tank buster size and damage. I heard the other day that there's such a long time from Mountain Fire until the next tank buster that you can pretty much just smash your cooldowns and it'll be fine. I feel like it might be a good idea to like test the waters a little bit there. See how much you need. We'll have to see. And with that said, do we have I'll post the macro in chat once we're inside. Reprisal timings, perhaps? Perhaps. Phew. Do you want a main tank or second tank, Matoro? Can we also get people to write their positions again? Like their chosen spots? Do we need markers over the healers? Will that help? I remember we did that previously. Will that help? Or is that more in the way? I think we did it like this. Yeah, that sounds about right, Naomi. A ranged 1 would be damage dealer 3. Hey, Philippe, and Gazel, and Orion, and Ham, and Matthew. Hope you're all doing very well. I'll let Matoro lead, because I'm pretty sure they've done this before as a tank. I've pretty much mainly tanked dungeons. so far. So this is going to be a bit of a jump. Ugh. Yo, that should have been a Storm's Eye. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. This takes a long time. Nope. Yeah, the concern I had was that that phase is so long that one cooldown isn't going to cut it. I guess that's what came from the "you're probably gonna need to use everything." I should be closest. I'm being an idiot. Oh boy. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. So where are we going next? Ice. If I remember correctly, doesn't that start with something that really hurts? Yep. I feel like I overestimated it there. Feels like the first time we've had that particular configuration. Wow, no one got hit. Definitely derpy. The only reason why it can be concerning is if that means I'm missing a cooldown later. That's the only reason why it can be scary. Oh no. Guess I got hit. I did get hit by the lesser evil there, at the very least. Uh-oh. Healer down! Oh, we have another ice boulder. I think. I feel like I keep underestimating that one. Every tank buster. I'm like, oh, I need everything now. Does this feel easier than doing it on Viper? Nah. Nah. Not really. Feels kind of same, I'd say. Remember, we're doing second feather. Second feather. Not for any other reason than we agreed to do that. What's the difference? It's slightly easier for melee to keep full uptime, or more uptime on it, if you do it like that. That's really it. Remember to move for the lightning strike that follows. We don't have any healers left. I mean, I'm very motivated. It would be hilarious if we got it first try, but I should have saved my nascent flash for my total there. Oh dear. I remember to move for the thunder. I do want to see how close we can get. You got this. Alright, Zyron, it's just you and me. Let's do this. Oh, right. Mountain fire. 7%. I think that's pretty good. Congratulations, Lucas. That's awesome. Yeah, the difference between the feathers is simply that if you do first feather, then basically, I'm just gonna explain this real quick, then we'll go again. I'll just hide the markers just to demonstrate. The first feather lands here. The second feather usually lands like here. Sometimes they fill in from the right, doesn't matter. But basically the first feather is like there, the second one is here. And the 8th feather here, or wait, the 6th feather, I believe, here, will kill you if you're standing there when it lands. So melee basically have to wait for the 6th feather to land before they can fight the first feather. But they can kinda get away with standing here and start fighting the second feather while the 6th feather is landing. So while range DPS and I guess like something like a Viper can start a little bit on the first feather while we're running around, the second feather, melee can start properly, slightly better, because they can start on their melee rotation like a little bit sooner. That's basically the story. Shaking my head is why you should have LB on every job hotbar. Well, the thing is, I grabbed it just in case I wanted it, and then when it didn't trigger when I left-clicked it instead of right-clicking it, I was like, well, actually, I don't know if I want to use it. And then I saw Siren start using Limit Break, and I was like, it probably makes no difference which one of us uses Limit Break. So I just left it. Matoro says there is a safe spot for Bailey. Fair enough. I think it's fine to do Feather too. I have to ask. Well, actually, I'll leave that question for later because that'll be confusing if I ask now. I was thinking about what happened with the feathers. I might have to save an extra cooldown if I can for that. This trick for this first mechanic always amazes me that it works. And then we have the mountain fire. Oh no. Oh, I didn't make it. Ah, that's gonna hurt. Very nice. Yeah, I used it too late, I think. Oh no. I should have been slower. I shouldn't have ran so fast. I was assuming it would be fine, but Zip had to stop to actually heal. It's okay, Zip. I'm just saying what happened. Or what looked like happened. I should not have used reprisal there. Couldn't you invul and take the line stack by yourself? It isn't always on me. But maybe? I don't know if that hits through invuln. Doesn't seem like it does. That was the stupidest reprisal I think I've ever done. Reprisal the feather that's doing nothing. I'm a genius. I nailed it, everyone. I figured it out. The Galaxy Brain strats. Reprisal the thing that doesn't hurt you. I'm sure it'll work. Right? Ugh. Oh dear. What? On my screen it looked like you didn't die. I thought I had time to heal you afterwards, at least. I'll heal someone, at least. I spent too much time thinking, isn't there like a trick with just invulning that one? Or something? And then when I finally went, I guess I'm standing in it, I forgot to use knockback immunity. I don't know if that means no one's going to have trouble with... yeah, it's on me. I don't know if it resolves because I'm back here. And I'm dead. We'll have to see. That's a good idea. Everyone survived the avalanche, that's great. Oh, sweet! Easy. I just realized I should have maybe not used Damnation for that. Well. We're almost there. Nice. Very nice. What do we have? Got a weapon and a coffer. As usual, the rule is, if you want it, you just click the buttons. We've not made some sort of rule about some sort of priority, so if you want a coffer, you can need on it. We'd have to talk about the coffer thing if we're going to do it differently before it drops. That has to be the rule, otherwise it's not fair. That's like, you know, now that you're stuck here with the loot on the table, we change the rules, right? I think it's fair that we do it like this. Also, let me just see here. Hey, Nazala and Alice and Fox. I hope you're all doing very well. The authentic farm party experience. That is a good point. Speed kills of tanks, use invuln for uptime and feathers. I guess if you don't have anything else, use your invuln on. Alice says, that reminds me of when I addled one of the towers during the wild charges, and I immediately after was like, why did I do that? Like, I mean, on the one hand, that's incredibly stupid. On the other hand, at least it means that your reaction to being put in danger is doing something, right? Like, at least you did something. Like, your reaction to, I think I'm going to die, is defensive cooldown. It didn't work. But still, though, right? But yeah, the thing is, if, like, when I say it so specifically, about the coffers, is just, like, if you already have the weapons you want, and you don't, like, have any interest in having more weapons, then there's no need to need on it. But if you have, like, a job still that you would like a weapon for, then you just need. That's fair. Like, we've talked about this on Discord recently. Basically, unless the rule of the group says otherwise before you start, then the rule is, well, if you want it. And in fairness, everyone worked hard for that drop, right? Siren says, theoretically, I do need the summoner weapon, but like, it'll happen when it happens. Well, I know that I personally, and one other person already, happens to have the summoner weapon. Incidentally. Like, as in, well, I want it, I guess. And that's also true, Asen, that since you can farm it infinitely, the only argument for like having some sort of priority is, well, it would be nice if this person gets their weapon sooner, because the sooner they, like, if they get it sooner, we might be able to grind faster. But that's completely meaningless the instant that you realize that it isn't a static. Like, if it's a static and you have 8 players that play together every week, then giving Bob the healer their weapon before Jones the Viper gets weapon number 2 for their secondary job would be helpful, because Bob would use the weapon now, whereas Jones will not. They'll just, like, stock it for later. There it makes sense. But in like a random group, if I said, you need to actually need the weapon on the job you're playing as tonight to be able to need roll on it, then it would lead to people going, well, in that case, I'm not playing my main. And then it starts to get weird, right? But yeah, the thing is, when once you get this kind, like these kind of encounters down, like I'll be the first to say that I went into this as tank going, I remember that there are some tank busters. I know that there are some tank busters that I need to watch out for. Aside from that, I have a reasonably good memory of how to do every single mechanic when it happens. So, like, when the ice, like, specific mechanic with, like, the breath happened, and I was, like, saw the like, star explosions, my brain was like, oh yes, that mechanic! And then figured out where the save spot was from there. Like, I was like, there's some sort of follow-up for each of those kinds of mechanics. I can't remember the ice one, but I'll figure it out. The item level on the weapons are 710, Lucas. In a couple days, there will be crafted weapons that are just as good. But then they might not look as good. So like that, there's of course that argument. They will be very expensive right at the get-go, that is true. Might not want to buy them day one. You don't have to. Oh right, I have to be second on enmity. Eventually. I can also make volcano eruptions. What do you think, Valley Amanda? What do you think? No, Sip! Oh boy. Should not dip your toes in that. Yeah, everyone stack on the first one. Everyone come on over and help the single healer explosion. Yo, Naomi! What? Huh? Why? What? Did you jump? That does so little damage. That's so weird. That's true, fat man. That matters especially if you're not pentamelding. I will not charge this time. I'll go a little slower. Well. I mean, we don't need to go so fast. We can perfectly make it. There's no need to. Will you do the reprisal, Mataro? I guess what I actually said was you will do it, because I'm waiting for you to do it, just in case that you do have it. Hey Lana, hope you're doing well. Hey G-Max, hope you're doing well as well. Remember we do the second feather. Ow! I should really be better about giving out Shake It Off during all that. Really should. Blarg! This is wildly convenient for me. Ah, yes, the safe spot is next to you. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk that. Blam! See, that worked a little better. When you use the knockback immunity when you're dealing with a mechanic that requires a knockback immunity so you don't fall off. Very effective strategy, I've heard. You heard about it? Avalanche! And a bird! Yo, nice. Neat. We have a dying tank. It's the backside. No, Shaq! No! We'll get him next time. Also noticed the correlation between being alive and winning fights. Yeah, it's actually... Wow, that's very convenient. So it's actually an incredibly common occurrence. You'd think that there is something there. Uh-oh. Double kill. And that was kind of nice. You put 2 of the markers on the corpses. He just was like, I'll just let you have this one. Fine. This one's on the house. I just realized that I spent damnation again, but I don't think mountain fire's coming. Music! Music! The samurai weapon. I had 3. Faded music. Let's see... Yeah, that is true, Fat Man. There is a possibility that the crafted weapons are going to be... Like, that some jobs just get, like, a crafted weapon that is like, yeah, so, the secondary stats are going to be, like, tanks, tenacity, and skill speed. No, you don't want that? Shocker. Healer weapons, well, it's piety and And spell speed, I guess. Like, spell speed isn't too bad, but yeah, exactly not the wheel. Hope you love piety. And if those kind of things happen, then there is a reasonable chance. Piety and piety, the first of its kind. There's a reasonable possibility that you'd rather not have it. Like, you'd rather have the Sky Ruin weapon. Matthew says I would probably take Piety spell speed over Piety Determination. I guess it depends on the healer. But the reason why it's, like, despite having such a terrible thing as Piety something, isn't necessarily a death sentence for the item is simply because you can pentameld it. And that means that... Why have I not given this one proper materia? I'm being... I'm basically trolling, aren't I? Trolling over here with my garbage last expansion materia. Well, yeah, if you actually pentameld the item, then you add, like, to a weapon... You add like a good 80 or so, or actually I think it's 90, like 80 or 90 extra stats, which can really make a difference. The problem with specifically Piety is that Piety is actually so bad that if you don't need it, it might as well be nothing, right? Like if you don't run out of MP, then all the piety on your gear might as well have just been, oh yeah, so you have 370 nothing on this weapon. Ah, awesome! What does that do? Well, you'll be surprised. Say, Caetsu, hope you're doing well. And that's true, Lucas. The lightning strike is probably just a check that you're not stacked. Why not go full penta piety? Yeah, food and repair check. Good call, Aradel. There are people that meld the bad stats, not because they think it's good, but just to be funny. Sometimes you can do something weird when you do that, but most of the time it doesn't really amount to anything. I should not have done that. I will turn off my tank stance. I would be shocked if they gave healers like weapon with primary piety as the crafted weapon. Like that would surprise me, but I mean it's a possibility. Oh boy, that's a rough configuration for the casters. One goes out to the healers. That's also possible, Matthew. Maybe they give all the healers piety on their weapon, and everyone's like mad about it, only to find that yeah, you needed that. Turns out you needed that. That would be an amazing twist. I was certain my damnation would have lasted. Yeah. Not so bad. Needs healing when you have 2 extra DPS. Oh boy. But nothing gets better than that, does it? Just smash cut to the death rate. Oh. What do you mean with bigger clemency heals, Lucas? Just for the sake of clarification, just in case there is a misunderstanding. I'm sure that Lucas realizes that piety only works for healers, but it is important to note that piety doesn't increase your healing done. So even if it did work for paladin, it wouldn't do anything. It would just increase your MP. So like bigger clemency heals? No, more clemency heals maybe. Bring back strength melts for bigger clemencies. That would work, yes. Weapon damage material. That would be pretty funny. And also exceptionally overpowered. Remember second feather? The Dark Knights use piety. Would you like actually genuinely do? Would if Dark Knights could use piety, would they? Angel who plays Dark Knight says no. Anyone surprised? I have to say, Zeros, that was incredibly funny. We just see healer like slowly scoots to the right. Boom. Oh right, the feather. Ah yes. That was what we were doing. Now I remember. It's all coming back to me now. In the afterlife. Ugh. I almost made the same kind of mistake there. Why is it everyone's running? Sorry for overriding a reprisal. I should have just let you do it. Well, now we've both done it. Exactly, Matthew. It's impressively little piety actually does when it really comes to it. This is what you've been dealing with. This bird is hitting hard. Now I understand why you sometimes are just randomly near death, Matoro. Wow. Backside. Blech. It's coming from the backside. We have to run. Run, 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 run. Hear the sound of a limit break? Look. Guy is in the middle of the telegraph and will probably die. A stick! And music! And a cover! Matthew says 1 tears, 1 mana, MP per 3 seconds, 120 every 6 minutes. So 25 tears for 1 extra ability every 6 minutes. Which is worth like... Is it like 460 potency, I think? Something like 460. And I'm reasonably confident that that is less than 2.3% of a Dark Knight's total potency in a fight. For 6 minutes. The mechanic already landed, right? I've done that many times too, Sarah. The thing is, every time I just randomly start to like drift away from the group, it's because I'm like, I'm pretty sure there's no mechanic here, so where would be a good spot to be for the next thing? What's the next thing again? But yeah, piety is bad. Oh, Sip finally got the weapon. Right. I was wondering why he was away. Of course there'll be wings. We have a white mage. Hey, James. Hope you're doing well. We're up to 3 clears tonight. So if we keep that pace, we'll have the same amount of clears as last time on Extreme 2. I'm just doing a ready check to see when people are ready, that we don't sit around for nothing. Well, yeah, Siren, the primary way that people start to like accumulate materia is simply by spirit bonding, but others do this thing where they do like things like leveling roulette as the adventurer in need, or they do hunt trains, stuff like that. Spirit Bond keeps giving me spell speed. Well, your mistake there is being a caster. Now, if you had been a not caster, you would have been given skill speed instead, which arguably is even less helpful. So, so enjoy that. And exactly, Matthew. Piety bad until good, and when good, really good. Some jobs meld 1 to 2 skill speed materia. Yeah, true. 2. No worries, James. I've also had to work through shared fates. Take your time. There's no rush. As long as you have fun with it. More than how many piety material melt. That's true. I have already considered whether there's any reason for me to sit on my piety materia for any reason, because I don't think I'll use them. Like I don't think I will. Like, the only thing I can picture is like some weird Mythbuster thing. That's the best I can come up with as a reason. But that might be a very valid reason, because I basically, in Endwalker, I dumped all of my tenacity materia, and like a week later, I made like a Mythbuster video on something about tenacity and had to buy tenacity materia as a result. Siren? Siren? What happened? You good? Ow. Stray tenacity melts and business slot sets can be a thing. That's true. Aiming for like some specific breakpoint or something. Saren says their controller died. So, what does that mean for you right now? Are we in trouble? Are we going to wipe? Maybe it'll help in proc. See, the thing is, that is exactly the kind of thing that people bring up, James. The problem is that I'm being an idiot, first of all. It's, for a start, somehow you all survived without me. That's amazing. You ate your greens. You had your vegetables. You're big and strong healers and DPS when the tank is being an idiot. Now that's a galaxy brain strat. Just don't move. Let others move. Yeah, exactly, James. The thing is, both Piety and Tenacity are stats that are like, well, they might be good for prog, but I don't think they ever really end up being good for prog. So, like, nearly every time, it'll be like, well, you'll see. Now I used Reprisal on the very, very threatening beacon. Go me. But it just doesn't happen. Maybe it does happen. It's just, it's so rare. "15-second mitigation is very nice indeed." Yeah, it's very good when you put it on the beacon that doesn't do any damage. It's actually amazingly powerful, I'll have you know. It reduces their damage from 0 to 0. It's particularly funny because we've brought it up like 2 or 3 times earlier in the stream where either I or someone else did it. It's just the endless callback. I'm pretty sure we just hang out here. And then I believe it's feather time. Remember second feather. Second feather. A what? Run for the hills. The big old stomps. The stompies. He do the stomp. Is an angry boy. Why do you hit so hard? Why couldn't you just hit softer and we could be friends? It's very painful. Yeah, exactly. I think, Fatman, it's just that people see the lightning around them and they're like, I'm pretty sure I shouldn't be staying anywhere right now. Mine. It's only like, it seems like it's only like 20k per hit, but it wow. They add up. Oh, never mind. That was a 37,000. It's like my my situation of feeling compelled to stay moving when taking the tank buster in this phase, because it has the same icon as the deep freeze warning marker. No! No me! No! The stomps. Come on and slam. Oh. We gotta bag it up. No! Ardell! You became an ice cube! It's not good. We don't need an elfsicle. Ow. Nice. Another. Wait a minute. I don't. What do you think, Sip? How are you feeling about that one? That's incredibly awkward timing for that. Finally, you get it. And then it just straight up, like, you finally get the cover, and then the next run, the weapon you needed just straight up drops. This is like, if you ever needed proof of the desire sensor in Final Fantasy XIV, there you go. There it is. There were a few that said they needed like a minute. You give them a minute. But yeah, the reason why there is this awkward relationship with tenacity, which is more awkward than piety, is that piety, I've talked about this many times, piety is a stat that you don't want to want. Like, you don't want to need it. That's not a good start. But when you need it, nothing else can compare. Like, if you actually need piety, no other stat can, like, produce the same result as piety. Tenacity, on the other hand, provides effects that you have plenty of. Damage reduction. And that's the only thing it provides that is unique to it. Which means that to land in a position where you actually need tenacity, in the same way that to need piety, you basically have to have tried your best to rule out all other possibilities. You're already spending all of your MP management tools, you're already spending all of your cooldowns, and you need more MP. It's the only way you can do it. With tenacity, you basically have to do that with defensive cooldowns, and you also need to exhaust everyone else's defensive cooldowns while you're at it. Like, before you go, well, I guess I need tenacity, you also have to, like, go and consult the white mage in your group and go, do you have Aquaveil? Like, are you using Aquaveil enough? Do you have extra Aquaveils to spare that I can have? Go over to the scholar, like, so protraction, am I right? And so on and so forth. And you need to exhaust every single one, which means that, like, the checklist before there is an argument that you need tenacity is way longer. But then, tenacity does give damage, so there are times where, like, 1 tenacity materia is fine, due to how breakpoints work. And for those that don't know what breakpoints are, basically, every single point of crit, just to give an example, does not actually increase your chance to crit. It's like in increments. Every time you have enough points to increase your crit chance and damage by 0.1% fully, like a whole 0.1%, then it increases your crit chance and damage by 0.1%. But it has to be the full 0.1%. And 1 point isn't going to do that. And this means that there are essentially breakpoints. Every breakpoint is when it increases your damage. But you could land in a position, hypothetically, due to the gear options that you have, that if you that you specifically could land like maybe, let's say, 4 or 5 increments on tenacity, or because of how perfectly placed your stat line is, you can only land 3 determination increments, like 3 breakpoints there. Or you could land 4 on either one, and because you already have determination, tenacity would be more helpful. And also because 4 increments on tenacity is objectively better than 4 increments on determination. Like, that's just mathematically true. Like, that's like, would you like to do 0.4% more damage, or would you like to do 0.4% more damage and also take 0.4% less damage? That's right. Tenacity better. But that's such a specific case. I don't even know if you can land in that specific case, but it's an example. Let me just do a ready check to see if everyone's back. Looks like everyone is back. I sure hope people are not just clicking yes to the ready check without being ready. Else we'll have a problem. A popsicle. Not the wheel says, I actually use Divine Benison and Aquaveil on the tank for tanks for tank busters. That's good. And that's exactly it. That helps you as well. Because it means there's less healing for you to do. Remember your tank stance, Matsuru. It's such a classic, Ceres, that there are people that do that thing where they click yes to the ready check and then they go, oh right, actually I need a second. And you're just there like, so why do you say yes? No one said you had to click yes. Oh! Beak! Whee! And here come the mountain fire. Oh, he's giving the long run this time. Bam! Exactly, Ilana. It's like terms of service. You click yes, but you don't know why. Hmm? Oh. It is particularly funny when, like, the worst one is when someone clicks yes to the ready check and then they just leave. Like, they just walk away without saying anything. So you're just like, you clicked yes. Where are you? It's a little less bad when the person goes, like, clicks yes and then they go, wait, actually I'm not ready. Because, like, that can happen. But it is funny when they, like, say not ready 1 second after they said they were ready. Like, that's particularly funny. Like, how did your situation change that much in 1 second? He was ready to leave. Are you ready? Yes, I have grabbed my coat. I'ma head out. Oh, nice. The big crit. And then we have the explosion that I have to stand for. I know what I'm doing. Then we have the feathers. Remember second feather? Hey Rythian, hope you're doing well. You've gotten really fast at killing that feather, I have to say. It's the stomps. The stomps of justice. Blam! Is Japan? Hope you're doing well. I guess you are. Hey, Arjan. Hope you're doing well. I think it is going well today. Thank you. I guess it has been a while. Yes. Hope you're doing well. I could imagine. No! Sarah's! Not this! I could imagine that a lot of groups would be farming something like this, like right now. To make sure that people have their weapons. in case they need them. Whoops, I should not have like reset my combo early there. That's really stupid. The damage loss, the fell cleaves, anything but that. Okay, that hurt a bit more than I expected it would. I was like, it didn't hurt that much on the other pulls. I can probably give my co-tank some extra heals here. That's probably fine, and then I nearly die. I would have been very sad. We've not seen any mounts drop tonight yet. Nope. Uh-oh. How did I dodge both of those? I'm pretty sure that what I saw there was that there was no possible safe spot between them, but somehow I dodged both. It makes no sense. Danish pain. By the power of my Danish ping! Nailed it. I feel like I've done that twice just on this stream. That exact configuration, surviving it somehow. Yeah, I've yet to see a single mount drop from this boss. But I think we've seen two... Oh, I actually have Ninja leveled up. I think I've seen... Was it... I think we've seen two mounts from the second extreme. Which is not that impressive out of 24 kills, is it? Because it needs 2 seconds. Sure. But that's nice, John. Congratulations. How many kills did you have to get? You know, Lexi in the community needed, like, I don't know if it is 400 kills of one of the bosses, or if it is a combined 400 kills to get one mount. I just have to say, I don't even care if it's 400 combined or 400 on one of them. I think I would have stopped when I had 99 totems and just gone, I'll just get it later. I'll just buy it. I don't care. Siren has to go. No worries. Grey or derp? Levi says, I've seen it 2 times out of 30 kills in the first extreme. Well, then I guess we will see one soon. Escape Hunters, I killed Valiamanda 3 times and got the wings. That's actually insanely lucky. Derby? Ham? Either one of you that want to step in? We'll have one whole spot. And does they need 5 minutes? I mean, we can wait. If Derpy's ready, then we can take Derpy. If otherwise, we can wait like 5 minutes for Ham. Levi says, one of the first times I saw it, I rolled a 95 and lost. Wow. That's the worst. The mount drops, lucky. You roll 95, insanely lucky. But someone else was luckier. It wasn't your luck that day. Ogni got their mounts after 6 and 10 clears. Wow. Jonathan says, now that's a good story. That's true. That is actually a good point. I would actually say that I saw the mount drop, rolled a 95 and lost is a better story to tell in the future than I got mine on the third try. Not that there's anything bad about that. It's just more that there's a little bit more to the end than I lost. Sarah says, how can you lose with a 99? Is there actually a 100? 2 players can roll 99. That's the only way you can lose. If 2 players both roll 99, then it would I'm like, see, actually we've talked about this before a while back. There's a hypothesis that when you choose to roll, you get a random number between 1 and 99. And each player cannot roll the same number. But it would take one case to prove that wrong. It's just really, really hard. Because it's really random, right? Even if you had 24 players, there's only a chance that 2 players would roll the same number. And if it isn't possible, then it would take forever to prove, like, to get enough data to give a decent statement that it seems to not be possible, whereas it would take one demonstration where it happens. With 24 people, there's still, like, exactly, you could have, like, you just need 2 players to roll the same number. That's still a chance. Isn't it way more likely to have one number twice than just having 24 different ones? I guess. Like, if you actually, like, tally up all the probabilities, it probably is. But I'm pretty sure that when you really think about it, is it more likely to have 2 duplicates? I mean, there would be 99 numbers. And that's the thing, Levi. That's exactly what we're talking about, is that there is a hypothesis that 2 players cannot roll the same number. But the only way for someone to lose on a 99 is if it is possible. The loot is independent for each 8 players, though. Not all of it. Like, at the end of an alliance raid, there are certain items that are shared between all 24 players. Yeah, exactly, Darth says, I've been in a group where someone lost on a 99, we were in voice. The possible explanations for that, by the way, Darth. And see, exactly, that's all it takes. It takes one demonstration. If you can lose on a 99, it means that someone else rolled a 99. I believe it is true that there is no 100 to roll. So the only way you can lose on a 99 is if it's possible for duplicates. Now, the way that it handles this is either there are decimals. So you could roll a 99.5 or a 99.1. and such. And it just doesn't show the decimal. The alternative is it re-rolls those 2 players, but doesn't show the result. But that's the key here, is that given that it doesn't show the result, it's equally possible to say it's a decimal and it re-rolls the result if we can't see the code for how it's actually decided. Yeah, that is indeed the thing, Rydian. It wouldn't be 1 to the 99s to the 24th to roll the same number. It would be more like... The first person would have a... The first person would have a 0 chance, obviously, of hitting someone else's number. The second person would have a 1 in 99. The third person will have 2 in 99. The fourth person will have a 3 in 99, and so on and so forth. So you would be able to calculate that probability. It would be increasing, but given that the probability is like that, it's a little bit more than that. But that's like the average probability, and if you add them all together, you'll get an interesting number, I think, because you'll probably get a... I'm pretty sure you'll get a number over 100%. Because you just, like, when you reach, like, 19 out of 99, you'll, like, add 20% and 20% if you add them up. And that doesn't make sense. But it does suggest that, on average, you'd have more than 1 duplicate if that's the case. But that's the thing, is that the only time that they actually... that we care that you can roll duplicates is if 2 players roll the same highest number. That's as it's less coding on the back end if they just roll 1 to 1000 and only show you the stuff at the end on the left. That's true, but maybe they didn't do that. That's a real possibility that maybe they didn't do that. Right, let's not go immediately because now we have 3 ranged. So let's just make sure everything is in order for that. The spot that Siren had, that you're taking, Ham, is as melee 2. Which means that you pair with me over on the 3 marker for the wide cone, and B with for the donut AoE, and closer to D for the circle AoE. Does that work for you, or do you think we need to adjust positions? Like, are you fine with that? Actually, that probably disproves my point with how much spaghetti coding they say there is. That's a good point. Maybe they didn't do that because that would be smart, and spaghetti code says they probably didn't do that then. That would be really funny. Let me just... do you need to see the macro? I'll just paste it so you can see it in case you need to double check anything. Give you like a moment. Let me know when you're good. Or just click yes to the ready check if you're good, I suppose. That could work, Levi. The interesting thing is that to do that, you would kind of need to know everyone who is in the... Like, yes, you would be able to know everyone who is in, like, in the pool of players to grab a number. So, like, it could make sense. It absolutely could make sense. I think personally I can just imagine that if someone was asked to code that in the moment, they'd probably just go, it's easier to just give everyone a number. And then maybe later in the process, they're like, what do we do if there's duplicates? And that's when they go, right, didn't think about that one. We'll figure it out. We'll fix it in post. Like, that's absolutely a possibility, I could imagine. Which would also be very funny. Like that it's just weird because they had to fix it after the fact. They're stomps. Oh. Jack! No! Blam! Kaboom! Ham! No! Not the ham! I remember when having one person die leading up to that mechanic could legitimately mean, oh well, then that party isn't surviving. And now, whoops, we just kind of deal with it. Right, the, guys, I reprisal the beacon. It's not going to hurt us anymore. I nailed it, right? Totally nailed it. It's not a nail, it's a beacon. Oh, right. He's just burping at us. That's the damage. Ice first. Exactly, not the wheel burping at us. You got it. Roost the snake attack. Oh. Coming in from behind. They came from behind. Yes, Warcraft 3. They came from behind. Run. What's the flight plan? Not this. Right. Feather time. We do feather too. Second feather. I basically have a permanent ice debuff, ice freezing debuff, Stepan. Don't you see? I have one right now. Doesn't do that, but I basically have one. Look, I'm going to capitalize on the fact that the boss doesn't require me to stand still, so I'm going to move. I'm electing to move because the game lets me. Ah, look, there's grass over here. Nice. Whoa, what? Already? Whee! Whee! Blam! Well, not quite a mount. There's a gunblade. Gotta get that cardio. Well, it is the thing that gives Warrior the true power to solo stuff. Is both bloodwetting, but also running a lot. Now, let me just be right back. And yeah, exactly, John. When you're proccing it, it's like, oh, someone's dead. Oops. The puddles on the fire phase. Just, oops. One more person died. Oops, one more person died. But we've also gotten so good at this that when we had a healer dead for it, everyone automatically piled up on the single healer, which made it actually almost easier. I don't recommend doing that. Like, as a general thing, it's not worth it. You're going to lose a healer. But, I mean, if life gives you lemons, right? You have to get your own cardio since you don't have a sage. No, that's cardion. So far, 6 clears in 2 hours. It's pretty good. We're keeping the time. If we keep this up, we'll at least get 18 in 6 hours. Which is what we did last time. Note to self, don't take a rest when it would spawn you in dot puddles. What do you mean? Why would that be a problem? Cyanide says, I love watching people get pacey in Circus Tower. Like, what could you possibly be that mad about? Good point. I think that's actually a pretty good piece of an interesting thought process for most content in the game. People getting mad in a random dungeon. People getting mad even in an extreme. And yeah, exactly, Sheepan. That is something that people often forget when they give the spiel that Warrior is basically immortal, is that it is at level 56 that happens. It's not a universal thing. You could have got Aglaya. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it could be worse. You could have landed in Circus Tower when we had Amon Extreme. Like, it could be worse. Is that worse? I mean, you could have landed in Circus Tower with Amon Ultimate or Extreme in a group that can't beat it. I would say that's pretty bad. I would say that's pretty terrible. What? Again? Is everything all right with the markers over there? Is it something else? That is a really, really good time to get a crit, by the way. Oh boy. Have some dots running. Imagine Extreme Alliance raids, that's just a Bond pre-patch. But yeah, before they nerfed it. Why does the crit timing matter? Because I took like 150,000 damage or something, and then I healed for 80. Like if that is a nice time to get an equilibrium heal crit, because it heals for a lot more when it crits. And I need it. I could use all that healing, or it would have sucked a lot more if I got a crit when I do like it was just like a little bit of healing. It doesn't matter that much. It was just really nice. Oh, right. The legendary beacon reprisal that I've apparently decided to do as a thing. Like, it's a thing to do. Oh, that was nice. I think we skipped a line stack we didn't get to skip before. Now that's big brain time, Gazzle. Ah, Labyrinth of the Ancients. In that case, I'd rather just watch a stream. What do you mean, Gazzle? Yeah, me too, Levi. I cleared it with a Viper. That really sucks when you need burst damage near the end to beat the DPS check. You're like, alright, so hold your burst for 25% and then just nuke, and you're like, well, I don't have anything. You use reprisal in weird situations? No. It's just for some reason I'm pretty used to using reprisal when the thing does more damage, but specifically that beacon, it doesn't work. Like, it literally doesn't work because it's not the beacon doing damage. Uh-oh, tank dead. That's the reason why it's a problem. If the beacon, if only the beacon was the one pulsing damage, then it wouldn't matter. And it also doesn't really matter. Like, it just, like, it's a reprisal that I might not have used anyway. But it is probably just a case of, like, it's the same thing as I think Alos mentioned earlier. That some players reflexively use something like Addle when they drop low. Like, they just go, oh no, I'm taking a lot of damage, better use a defensive cooldown. And sometimes the thing you're targeting is not the thing that's killing you, so nothing changes. It is the boss causing damage, right? Yes. The beacon is just buffing up the boss. Uh-oh. Wind. Alright, I should have used reprise a little sooner that time. If you're already you low and use Addle in response, you might not understand how Addle works. No. It's just it's not about that, Darth. Although I get where you're coming from, but it's like it's the same kind of panic that you'll see so many others do. Like it's the same. It stems from the same kind of panic as when you sometimes see a tank use a defensive cooldown when they're near death. It's not changing anything. You're probably still going to die, but it's not like it's going to hurt, right? Adding Addle isn't going to make the situation any worse. It's just, in hindsight, you should have probably used it a little sooner. And that kind of reaction also makes a lot better sense when you're in a group where the healers are like spamming heals. So the thing that triggers the reaction of using Addle is I'm taking a lot of damage, like my HP is swinging up and down quite frantically. I should probably do something. Because the healers keep healing you up. Saved it for the next raid wipe. Now you're getting it, Darth. It's almost like that kind of reaction is associated with multiple raid wipes. Could you imagine, Darth? Could you? You see me use Reprisal. When was I using Reprisal on a beacon? When we were getting, like, spammed with line stacks. It's the same kind of logic that causes someone to use Addle on the beacon. Is we're taking a lot of repeated damage. It's the difference between going and... I think it's the difference between understanding the logic of why someone does that and assuming that they're an idiot because they're doing that. There's a logical explanation as to why they're doing that. It's not smart to do that. Most of us know that. Do you need to use Reprise before any line stacks happen to reduce the damage? Nope. Because... And this is where the problem... this is... The problem, Gazel, is that... During the mechanic with the beacons, the boss is doing all the damage, and the boss is untargetable. However, when you get hit multiple times, it's a reasonably common reaction to use a defensive cooldown if you're getting scared. And sometimes you just feel compelled to help, right? It's like a reflex. It's just in that mechanic it doesn't do anything. Like for that specific phase, it doesn't do anything. Whereas, like there's two phases or two mechanics in that fight where using Reprisal. Dal says, maybe I misunderstood your premise. Reflexive Reprisal is different from, oh no, I'm at 10%, I should use Addle. Yeah, I guess. Let me explain what I meant then before we go in. You take a big hit. Reaction, I use Addle. But that reaction obviously only makes sense if there's a follow-up attack, right? Like, incidentally, that kind of reaction makes perfect sense on something like Valgamanda, because I would say there's a lot of mechanics on this boss that hits... like 3 times. So going, ow, that hurt a lot. I should probably use a defensive cooldown. Sorta works. But yeah, using a defensive cooldown when you're at like 10% HP, congratulations. You're still going to die. But I guess we maybe misunderstood each other, Darth. But yeah, that is true then. If you're really low, and then you use a defensive cooldown, you're still dead. Gazel says, that explains I was thinking Reprise is now an AoE debuff. Why is it not working? Yeah, exactly. If Valgamanda had stayed targetable here, then it would have worked. In that case, you're right, Darth. And we definitely also have a lot of players that don't understand how defensive cooldowns work. So they just kind of throw it out there when they take damage. And that doesn't work if the thing you're supposed to blunt has already happened. I think that's about as good as if when you apply a defensive cooldown after the attack is already snapshotted and then you get hit. And that's also a good point, Dart. There's a reasonable chance that a player that doesn't understand how defensive cooldowns work might not know what Addle is. That's true. But there are players that are just not entirely, like, sure how defensive cooldowns work. So as a result, they don't really use them well. Like I could picture that, like, the baby steps of oh, look, I crit again. Perfect. And the baby steps of starting to use Addle is like using it when you think it would help. And a lot of the time where you realize it would help is, you know, right after it almost, like, a mechanic almost killed you. Exactly, Gazel. Oh, I'm nearly dead. I should probably just face plant on every single cooldown in my arsenal. That'll probably help. All these cooldowns that I saved just in case for such an emergency as this. I can't possibly imagine that this emergency could have been avoided if I had used some of these. No way, no how, no chance. Impossible. That's true, Hava. The weird thing about those kinds of cooldowns is also that they kind of compel you to only use them when the healing would also help, which can also be weirdly confusing. Yeah, Talbro Collier, exactly, that's a good example. 88.5. Nice. feathers. Very nice. I wonder if you could change if you could change Tavrokoli, which for those that don't remember the name, Tavrokoli is the 45-second cooldown on Sage, surprisingly, that applies a damage reduction effect and heals the target at the same time. If you could change it so that the way it delivers its healing is different, how would you change it? Would you rather it is like more like Exaltation, where it just heals 8 seconds later? Or would you prefer that it's like Excogitation, where it heals at a certain HP threshold, or when you or after like a really long time? Could make it like Karakoli. That could also be a thing. Would that be better? Remember Sage skill names? Well, I know them. That is an interesting idea, make it like a single target Karakoli, but like, would it then do the same amount of healing? Like 7 ticks of 100 potency, or like 5 ticks that add up to 700 potency or something like that? Or should it be slightly more because now it's a heal over time effect? There's... Oh, Ham! Why were you in an ice block? What were you doing in there? Oh. Coming in from behind. There just doesn't seem to be a good time to get back up in this fight. We didn't even use LB this time. Oh, Sage Wings! What'd they look like? Ow. I won something! My second thing for tonight. If they won't let me stack it with Kara, making it single target Kara makes sense. That's true. Although, I'd say technically the thing that makes them not stack is the damage reduction. If 2 Sages both use Karakoli, the heal over time effect will stack. Yeah, wrong wings. The game was like, oh, you wanted wings. Oh, we can do that. We have wings here. They're actually not that rare. You just add those. They're on the house. Like, well, not that kind of wing. No? What kind did you mean? Oh, the mount type. Yeah, no. You can't have those. Can't have those. Chimkin wings. Someone says, ask me about red mage skills. I know them all. Okay. What's the name of the first of the OGCD that Embolden turns into? Have you seen any mount drops yet? Nope. Still none. It's fine. We're having fun. We still have people getting weapons that are like, oh nice, I wanted that. So that's not so bad. It really starts to get a little, like, it really starts to suck when you're in a group where, oh, I actually got hit, whoops. Where people just leave the coffer or leave the weapon that drops. Like, that's when it really starts to get like, you can't use anything from the boss anymore. Kaboom! Kaboom! Then says, should volcanic abilities be considered earth, fire, or both? I would say both. I would say both. Did you slide off the arena, Naomi? Oh man. Oh boy. Are we good? Don't know if we're good. Hey Xanadus, hope you're doing well. Firth. Time to cast my Firth magic. Yo, what? My fire and earth magic? You know? I don't know why I do it. Like every time I click it, I'm like, right, I shouldn't have done that. I think the reason I do it is because I'm like, well, Rampart is too much. Hey, Xanadus! Hope you're doing well. Thunder. Don't know if I should have saved that for feathers. I usually end up using it at the end, like when the last feather's coming down. Might not need that. Is that tank buster tower magic damage? I think so. Like, on account of me being a warrior, I don't even look. But if you see whether like the damage it does produces like a staff, if it does, then it is magic damage. But I can only imagine that it would be magic damage. Can't imagine any other scenario than it being magic damage. A giant magical pillar of flame? Well, you died in a safe spot, I guess. When you smudge and what actually happens is your corpse does the electric slide. But I think it is, Levi. I can't imagine it wouldn't be. Right. Right. I guess all I have to say here is tank privilege or something. I'll survive. I'll get by. Magical steam. I guess that would be fire and water. Yeah, I was thinking that would be the reason, Levi. I'm sure if Angel was ready to answer that, they'd be able to tell you instantly, because they'd be tanking this on Dark Knight. But I don't, like, I didn't even look. I just see that it hurts a lot. I'll try to pay attention next time. Or rather, closer attention. Oh, right, moving. Oh, look! I feel like the game is trolling us at this point. 69! Angel says on Valor Commander it deals magic damage as auto attacks, and all tank busters from the one after Thunder Phase are magical. I think the one I'm guessing Mountain Fire would also be magic. Philippe says a bit off topic, but a friend of mine just picked up Sage and is a bit confused. Your Endwalker guide still works perfectly, right? Yes. The only thing that is slightly off about my Endwalker Sage guide is that if Creation Dyscrasia is learned in that level range, and you basically just apply that one on AoE. Like, that's kind of it. Aside from that, the guide should be up to date all the way to level 90 at least. And, like, the general advice still applies. The only physical one is the one with the knockback right after. Right, the shared pillar. Right. Dark Mind is like 60 seconds, isn't it? Yeah. $60 second, 60-second cooldown, 10-second duration. That is, on a boss that is predominantly magic damage, that has to be really good. Like, that has to be good. By the way, we're up to 9 clears in 2.5 hours. Yeah, thank you, Angel, for the clarification. That's exactly it. When you're a tank that doesn't really care about whether an attack is physical or magical, you'll obviously have no idea. Like, so what if it's magical? I'll just click Bloodwetting. I'll just click Bloodwetting. That'll do, right? When in doubt, Bloodwetting. Yeah, well, I mean, it like, It's like going to the store and saying, can you take my credit card? And they go, yes. Well, actually, sometimes they'll say no, I guess. It's the cash of defensive cooldowns. It just works. It just works. Wham! Actually, it's a perfect example to say like using your credit card at a store, because it just works until it doesn't work. Uh-oh. I should have stood further away. No worries, none of those. When will ley lines get as big as Flower Camp? I guess when Flower Camp gets to have a retrace. And you just can move it. Is my guess. Uh-oh. Oh no. Nailed it? Oh boy. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry. Disaster time. Yeah, when the boss thought we were actually dead, I was like, right, I just need to get this last line stack, and then we're good. And then the mechanic finishes, he's like... Oh, right, next mechanic, never mind. He's a windy boy. Coming in from the front. Ow. freezing dust. Being a windy boy makes him blow a little bit, but only in the wind. Mainly the wind that he blows. Added dual die channels to the Centurio seal gear, 210 gear. It's a bit random. I feel like a lot of random gear has just been given 2 die channels with no like significant explanation. He ate beans. Oh, that's why. Second feather. Oh, that's why I'm confused. I was confused last time. Because my inner release is slightly differently timed when we get Thunder second. Uh-oh. I am become main tank. At least for this, I guess. Oh, oh no. That was amazingly lucky, I would tell. It's just an ice in an ice block, no one noticed, but you're exactly out of reach from the boss. That's amazing. It almost looked like he was the one who smashed the boulder. He mad. He's angry. He's angry. Oh. The scoot. Oh, I have that. Oh. My wedding is to wool. Oh, I want it. Nice. What should I use it on? What options do I have? What job would I want to play? Maybe I should use it on Astrologian, so that I at least have a healer one. Alternatively, I should use it on Dark Knight to have multiple tanks. I'll use it on Dark Knight. Boink. Oh, that looks pretty awesome. My wedding is to wool. Vidian says I don't know how to add. I don't know how well it works on phone. But if you write, you know, the @ symbol in the chat, it should show like a list of names. And if you start writing someone's name, it will usually like specify. The problem is that sometimes this displayed name is not the same as their like @handle. Exactly, Matthew. Jack said be right back. Wait, Matolo says one more and then they have to make some food. Well, that's an inconvenient time for Derby to have disappeared. We have one more. He's still here? How many clears so far? We have 10 clears. And I've yet to see a mount drop at all, and that's 15 clears in total, just 10 tonight. My readiness to make food! Yeah, even if we had seen a mount drop, there's, you know, still only one mount for 8 people. So it took me 85 kills to get the Extreme 2 mount. I still want to bring up the fact that I think Lexi had to do it like 400 times or something insane like that. Was it 260 something times to get the mount and combined 400 so far for both Extremes or something like that? Derby took 119. None of this is all the parties are duty complete only. The best you can do in that moment is make your own group. Erdl says food shake. Food shake. Shake your soup, everyone. And yes, same, Soros. That's also what I said. Is I would probably stop the moment that I have 99 totems. The only possible reason that I would do more than that is if I still was missing a weapon that I wanted or something. Then maybe I'd do more. But that's still a big maybe. Because at that amount of clears, there's a reasonable chance that any weapons that I did want, I probably have. Like, I think I have 5 weapons so far. So I have like about a fourth of the weapons, and I don't even have 25 clears yet. So with that pace, surely I would have all of them by the time that we actually would reach 99. I just remembered that I need to get some aggro. Well, at least you're not getting frozen, Naomi. I don't know what to say about that one, sort of, about the fending accessories being rare. I recall that it took a ridiculous amount of tries before I actually got an aiming ring. And that's just, like, RNG is RNG. But you notice a lot faster if you're the tank that needs the fending something. It's a lot more obvious that it seems like it's just not dropping, but that's how random is. That's how it do. Oh, nice. But you can always be extra lucky or extra unlucky, and sometimes it's because the thing is actually rare, and sometimes it's because you just happen to notice, and you're particularly unlucky. Ow. I can help with healing. I have that kind of power. Oh, Windy Boy. I guess there's also the argument that for tanks, the accessories, there will always be two players fighting over them. Whereas something like aiming, there's a chance. By the way, did you see that? I did it again. The perfect dodge. The perfectly terrible ping dodge. But like with aiming, there's a chance there's only one person that needs it. With casting, there's a chance only one person needs it. And even with slaying, there is a chance that only one person needs it. Although I think the chance is lower. Like, because, you know, maybe the second melee is a Viper or a Ninja. But specifically with tanks and healers, there is no maybe. The other tank, well, there's going to be another tank. There's going to be another healer. Unless you have, like, some obscure, like, strategy to only use one tank or one healer. But if you are, I can't imagine that you actually need the drops from there. Feathers. We take the second feather. A warrior could do it. Maybe. We have already discovered that you can do this one apparently with one tank and one healer. And the way you deal with the mountain fires is basically heavy cooldowns on select DPS that might have the HP to take it, apparently. Oh, we're already done? Oh man, a card! No mount. Right. Materia had to go. Right? But we have Derpy. Is that? Yep. Thank you for coming, Materia. Islands, as you can do extreme two, one tank, one healer. Reaper or a samurai take second tether with their shield. Is that enough? If so, then yeah. Before we continue, I'll just be right back. You can see we also might want to look at the lighting. But I'll be right back. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Huge manatee restored. Levi says, the first time I did this fight, I got frozen mid-Stardiver because of the animation lock, and it bugged out, and no one could break me out because my ice and I were mid-air. That's really strange. I wonder why that would happen. Oh, I guess this works. Derpy, are you fine with being main tank, or do you want me to do it? Mainly just because I've been a second tank the entire night. You're used to being off tank? Well, I can main tank then. I'll do it. So just take note of that. Like, of course, we have all the markers as usual, but those that were matching up with me. What pull time were we doing this all night? 16 seconds? Is that right? We've been doing 16 seconds, so I'll continue that. Food and repair check, yep. Oh, wow. The boss really hated that particular spot. I stopped moving at exactly the wrong time. No! Obi! No! I'll just stand here. Yeah, I could imagine that, Levi. That's also what I normally do. And then right here, I was not being very smart with the timing of my primal rend. I actually delayed it to be helpful, only to do the exact opposite. You have to respect the cone, Xeris. You're standing in the cone, AoE. Uh-oh. Amy and Fruit, hope you're both doing well. Yeah, we are on Innocence. Remember, we do the second feather. What do you mean with the chat is dead? Oh, like that? Yeah, it comes a little bit in bursts. But that's fine. Bleh. Ow. 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 Are you still working on progging the fight yourself, Fru? No, Sarah's! Uh-oh. Very close to disaster, and this might actually be disaster already. Yep. That's me. What happened there at the end? Where was Derpy and all that? Oh. Ow. Also, just one other thing. I don't know if this is necessary to mention. It was just I noticed and I wanted to be sure. Sarah, you know that if you don't use any actions, including sprint, after you get rest, you have like 5 seconds of invulnerability, so you don't have to like cast something immediately. You know, okay. I just wanted to make sure, because there was at least one point where I saw the situation, was like, if I were you, I would probably have waited a second there. And just wanted to be sure. Levi says, I honestly forgot Primal Red has a lock. I know that it had one. I like that's the sad part, is that I held it because like, all right, I'll wait until the deep freeze thing is gone so I can safely use it. And then the way it works is it counts down, then it gives you the deep freeze trigger. And that meant that I was exactly not doing anything when it activated. Like, I perfectly screwed myself over. Like, perfectly. Yeah. Let's try again. I'd still say we're actually ahead if we're thinking like 3 clears per hour. Because I think we have 11. So to keep that time, we just need this one more. Nice. Very nice. I mean, that's also the reason why I hold Primal Rend there, because I'm a little scared of getting stuck for exactly 1 frame too long. And then, like, getting the dot, which I don't... Speaking of which, I should have used Nascent Flash for that. Oops. Ew. That specific bit is always scary. Like, it just barely reaches the point where you think it's over, and then you make it. I have a feeling that my reprisal didn't last long enough for that. I have no idea. No. Burp time! Burp time! Ugh. Big crit heals, yup. It's a lot more significant when you're main tanking. You need all the health. That's really funny, actually. The first time the boss gives us the nice one, and then we're so focused on like expecting the mean one that we almost lose people to that. That is pretty funny. This fight is so neat. I like it a lot. It's a lot of. It has a lot of things going for it. That's for certain. We do the second feather. No! This is not the time to die, everyone. You have to stay up and kill the feather. The feather of ruin, apparently. Why do I have to? Why do we have two bone stacks? Did we goof up some ice cubes? What? You should probably consider, like... Yeah. Exactly. What happened there? Why did all the DPS die? Hit the wounds because I will not leave my lawn for the ice cubes. Well, my suggestion there is you should probably have put your lawn somewhere else then. We had bone stacks because I didn't want to lose damage. Well, you should have put your cooldown somewhere else. Hey Zumi, hope you're doing well. Buff chick dip. Zabe says, I'm assuming 2 wounds plus lightning didn't feel good. I guess not. Blood sacrifice does tend to make the drops better. Well, it didn't work. It certainly didn't work. Yeah, that's true, Fru, although I will say I'm not quite sure. Like the phantom thing it does to put you in the different withers, that one's like yeah, sure, it can do that too. But yeah, aside from that, it really sells the, it controls all 3 elements. How many mounts? 0. We have not seen it drop. Sacrifice more. Zumi says 60 runs, seen it twice. I have 24 runs of Extreme too, and I've seen the mount drop twice as well. It's really random. That's all I can say on that. It's really random. Does the drop chance increase later in the expansion? Oops, I was 1 second slow on that. That's going to hurt a lot. I think there is something about them increasing the drop rate a little bit when the Extreme, like, falls out of being new. But, the, like, when, like, 2 major patches from now... Derby? Derby was slow to step into the pillar. That's what, like, that's how quickly it can go wrong. I think what really happened is Derby actually did make it, but I was so confused by them not moving that I didn't notice that I was not in the safe spot, so I died. And then the mechanic that followed, I was missing. And the confusion then led to more death. Everyone got hit. That's true. I guess that was the problem. It looked like the mechanic resolved correctly despite that. I guess I have not really paid attention to how it looks when no one steps inside. Yeah, Zumi, I believe they increased the drop chance, but if all else fails, just know that once an Extreme has been around for 2 major patches, they add the option to just buy the mount for 99 totems. So if you do it 99 times, you still don't have it. You can just like how you can use the totems to like buy any other drop, you can use the totems to buy specifically the mount if you still don't have it. So like at least they'll add like a RNG compensation, if that makes sense. No, Japan, I'm talking about 2 major patches. That's still while the Extreme is, like, in content. Like, that 2 major patches means 7.2, not 8.0. And first timers join? Sure. As I said when I initially mentioned the stream, I would like it if you have like watched a guide, and if you have had tries, that would also be nice. But you don't have to. But the thing is, right now we're already 8. So that depends on if someone has to go. Zarton says, I think they buff it to like 5%, and when it's not current expansion, it's like 10 or 20%. Oh, I didn't know that it was that specific. But if they buff it to 5%, that also tells me that the actual drop rate is incredibly low. And that seeing 2 in like 20 or so runs is very lucky. Wait, what did I predict now, Xanadus? Oh, luck. Well, you see, I would have agreed more if those if that one of those mounts actually landed in my inventory, but they didn't. That would have been a lot more lucky if I actually won it. Guess it's based on community testing. That could be. And yeah, I do know they don't actually officially say anything. But actually knowing that it is something as specific as 5-10%, things like that, is pretty interesting. Pre-buff is like playing a gacha game, aiming for an SSR. But with combat, yeah, pretty much. Kind of. And then 2 major patches later, they add the ultimate version of a petty system. Like, imagine if a gacha game, just after rolling a certain number of times, just like gave you a ticket to choose instead of the song and dance with, well, you'll get a rare one. Whether it's the one you want is a different story, but you'll get something. Zoomy says my buddy already has 99 tomes. He rolled on the wings 7 times. Ugh. Thank you, Dark Drama Llama. Thank you so much. I could have taken a step further closer to that marker. Yes, there is a hardened rage. It's just, it's a while from this. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, that was actually really fast. The hardened rage, so the way the fight works is that there's the whole fire phase that you've seen. After the Tula disaster thing, the boss randomly chooses between whether it goes whether it goes ice phase or lightning phase. Once it has done that, once it has finished that, it'll go over and do the other one that it hasn't done. When it has done that, it does like one big raid wide. Then it'll do like stuff like Mountain Fire one more time, and shortly after that it'll cast Tulu Disaster again, and when it finishes, you die. But the Hardened Rage is very lenient. And yeah, that's true, Gmax. A lot of I've noticed that card games have a tendency to make like the pity system is if you don't want a card, you can like trade it in for points, and then you can use those points to buy the card you want. But like, to take Hearthstone as an example, to choose the legendary card you want, you need 4 legendary cards you didn't want, or 1 golden one, I believe. But yeah, stuff like that. If you roll 300 times on an account, you get 1 free 5-star. Yeah, that's also often how it ends up. Well, let's see. Naomi had to go. That means we have space for Ymir. I think Ymir's tank only, is that right? Yes, no, maybe? My bad machinist as well? Well, it depends, like, is there one you have better geared? Zatun says, I think the Hardened Rage is around the 10-minute mark. It's not the 10-minute mark. It's about 12 minutes. And you might be thinking to yourself, how do you know that? Well, there was this one time, 11 or 12 minutes, it might be 11. There was this one time where we had like 12 minutes left. And we were like, we can probably pull one more time because we were proccing. And then we timed out with the boss at 0.7%. And I think it was because we pulled with like ultimately like 11 minutes and some change. So it's not, the Hardened Rage is not 10 minutes. that much I can assure you. It's not 10. It might be 11. It might be 11:30, but it's not 10. But yeah, we had a really fast clear right there. It's pretty common that fights are like capped at 10 minutes that way, but it's not like a rule. Alright, Emil. So Dark Knight is your best gear. Do you have buff food? You should probably make sure you have that. Mr. Happy's first clear was 11:37. Well, that explains that. Alright. I mean, you said you had watched the guide. Are there any mechanics you need more explanation on? You know what? I think I'll grab the Pictomancer weapon. You don't think so? Okay. That's good, Gireen. Then, like, that's ultimately also a big part, is being able to see that you're improving. Right, so since I'm a big warrior with lots of self-healing, I'm like, are you good with me staying the main tank, Emir? Means you have a little less to worry about. Do you know where you need to be? I'll just paste the macro again. That it's there. That of course means that you're ST, the second tank. Oh, that's true. I think Aradil is range 2, right? Or damage dealer 4. So that would mean that Ham is ranged 1. Who's damage dealer 2? That is Derpy. The key here, Ymir, is that you don't even, like, technically you don't even need to know who your partner is. Like, it's helpful if you don't know where to go, but you just have to go to where you need to be. And if your partner's not there, you're a tank, so there's a realistic chance you'll survive anyway. Very good. Also, we alternate on the mountain fire and I start. Stacks. Give me a D. Team 2 needs you. Uh-oh. It's okay, you'll learn. Don't worry, Ymir, a lot of things went haywire there. So Sip, on your idea, good idea, but I'm pretty sure that the pairs there are placed on the supports. We each needed a partner. We can't be each other's. No worries. So just to reiterate where things started to go a little off track. So after Mountain Fire, Emir, as the second tank, as the second tank, if there's anything with a party, you're on this side over here. Like if there's anything with pairs or stacks, you're here, like on this side. Either you're on B, 3, or behind D, but you're always on the right side. I will always be on the left side for this kind of stuff. So that means right after Mountain Fire, the healers will get a stack marker that hits 3 times. And that means that right after Mountain Fire, you have to go to D, stand with the team, it explodes, you walk forward, not exactly to B, but forward enough that the puddle is, you're not standing in the puddle, that explodes, you move forward again, that explodes, you go right, because you can't go left, because, like, Team 1 has blocked off that escape path. So Team 1 goes forward, 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 left, Team 2 goes forward, 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 right. Hamza's wait, so Emia and I were both on the wrong sides, making the stacks work out again. I don't know. It seemed like something went a little haywire, but yeah, basically, if you're second tank, you're on, like, for anything involving a partner or a stack of some kind, you're usually over here. And main tank is over here. Right. I think the way it works, Giraheen, is that particular stack, it's like on the damage dealers once, and it's on the supports the second time. So that it always adds up in the right, like, so that's the correct amount happening each time. But I don't know if there's like an order to whether it's supports first and then damage dealers and vice versa. I'm pretty sure that part is random. Pretty sure. It doesn't really matter. That's the reason why I don't know. It only matters when we have deaths. Yeah, also the ice counters, but we were actually talking about the well, basically this. I actually thought that was a debuff that exploded, but it isn't even. Uh-oh. Now to your positions. Depends as always supports. Well, that clears that up. Uh-oh. Wait a minute, that was the damage dealers that time. The only the reason why I think so is because otherwise I'm pretty sure that Cirrus would have died. Their Ham died because they didn't make it to their pair. Well then. Beacons. Bacons. It's bacon time. Remember that you have to be in the front as the tank. Uh-oh. I was trying to tell you something. I was trying to make you not join me. As I see the left is doing the positions differently. And I don't know, Emir. I was a bit busy trying to keep myself alive. I can't explain that one, Ham. Like, I straight up can't. Like, I was doing it one way on the right side, I came over to the left, and I sort of just did what it seemed like the other people were expecting. And then we just kind of ended up with two different strategies. Right, remember we killed the second feather. Wow, that was as close as it could feasibly get without deaths. The big stomps. Yup. It is quite funny with the weird thing with the beacons thing. Is that I've done some runs. Remember to also knockback immune Emir. Or that. I mean, that also works. That. I mean, like, that's technically also a way to solve it. But I was in a party finder group that specifically, like took the stacks, the line stacks and the beacon mechanic as close to the beacon as possible. Which is what happens on the right side, I discovered in this group. Not the same that's happening on the left. Coming in from the front. And remember to keep moving. There you go. Oh, I have those. Kylan says, I love how the markers stay the same between EU and NA now. Find that very interesting. I can't give an accurate explanation for that beyond I'm guessing that the kinda like origins of the markers end up being the same. Like, if, let's say that there is a really good guide for the boss, and that guide happens to like be like, you should put your markers exactly like this, then there's an... Oh, Anemia even got the cover. That's very lucky. Like, if there is a guide that comes pre-built with put the markers like so, then you're, like, pretty set, right? And if that guide ends up being, like, the prevailing strategy that people use, then there you go. And the markers have multiple purposes as well, yeah, like, I don't know if there's a way to place the markers that are more efficient than what we have right now. Green says probably partially familiarity bias, because I've done this one a lot more, but what I've done of the two extremes, I do think I prefer this one. I don't know, like, I like both. They're appealing in each their own way. Right, so before we pull, I think there's something we have to decide on over in the left group. For beacons. Partly for Ham's sake. Do we go all the way? Like, if the stack marker can be placed such that it point... Okay, Ham says, I know now I can adjust. Okay, then I'll not change anything. We'll do it the exact same way that we've done it, which might not be the same way as the right group. Doesn't matter. We do it the way that we do it on the left. Is left you? Yes. It specifically has nothing to do with your side, Emir. Food check. Very nice. Right. Need to actually use Damnation a little earlier than that, Kai. Yeah, that's a good point, Darth. I guess I feel like A and B are like perfectly placed so that like they indicate like next to me is the spot you need to stand for that particular mechanic. Like that exactly, like it wouldn't really change much. Not enough to warrant a change, at least. Oh boy. Oh no. Now we confused ourselves. It hid itself in its confusion. Kaboom! Remember, we go for the second feather. That was quick. I didn't expect that. When your target dies so fast that you don't know what to do with it. Remember to run. It's fine. I'll just be alone over here. Oh no. It's a little scary. A lot of random AoEs. That's kind of nice. Not too far to run. You know, I've heard others mention that thing with Esteem giving that, oh no, what are you doing feeling. You see a player completely out of position. I get it now. I see like the silhouette of a player out in Narnia. I'm like, wait. We could have an LB right now. Actually, maybe that's a bad idea. Ah, yes. The you'll die first move. That is an interesting point, Kylan. And in, like, practically, it means that there's a lot of scary stuff happening at, like, the pinnacle of your rotation. Meanwhile, it also works because, in a way, it means that every 2 minutes, you and the boss, like, peaks and does something crazy. Every 2 minutes. That's kind of interesting. Emia says, do we have spots for the ice? We don't have specific spots, but basically if someone else got to one of the corner spots before you, then you just have to find a different one. For that mechanic... I'm assuming you're talking about the ice in the lightning phase. For that mechanic, you kind of just have to, like, place it in, like, a tile. Floating tile, whereas the lightning has to be in a not floating tile. And pretty much never is it a problem. But yeah, my best advice on that one is if someone else made it to a corner before you, then you just have to not take it. But the good news are that the 2 center tiles also work. So there's a very, very small chance that you'll run to one corner, it's already taken, and then you have to, like, adjust away from the center tiles also. Like, there's a reasonable chance that not both of the center tiles are taken. "15 runs, by the way. If we get 3 more clears, then we've outpaced Extreme 2 last week. Food buff check. And yeah, this isn't the only run where it has goofed up. There was one attempt earlier where we just we got destroyed by a mechanic later because 2 cubes were put too closely together. And there's also been attempts where someone else got frozen. Like, I would actually say one person getting caught in the ice cube is, like, not, like, that's a minor failure compared to, like, if the cubes actually get messed up and you get, like, 2 vuln stacks. Very nice. Also very nice. Oh, not perfectly nice. Oh boy. Suddenly fire dot. Ah. I gave my defensive to the wrong healer. Ah. Mimia, when my reprisal, which is running right now, ends, can you use yours? Not quite what I had in mind. But I guess this will work too. I think it's close enough. Yeah, that worked. That was what I wanted it to do. That's good enough. Remember we do the second feather? No deaths, that's very nice. Oh. Ha! Slightly better even spread, don't you think? Doesn't change anything, but isn't it funny? Remember to move. Oh boy. The front then? Ow. And remember to keep moving. Says that feather seems a lot cleaner than east-west feather. I see accidental deaths quite often to those. Yeah, I got used to doing a feather 2 after... Well, I realized the benefits of using the second feather after dying as a viper because I was 1 inch too close to feather 1. It's like, I see why. Like, I see the value in it. But I also understand why there's also value in feather 1. So you can like get started on it faster. Yeah, the logic is essentially that you can start on feather 1. I think Materia earlier said that there is a safe spot, like a perfect spot where you'll survive the landing of like the remaining feathers, so you can start on feather 1. But I'm guessing the accidental deaths happen because, you know, people don't always land it. Wait a minute. Wow. You roll a 92 and then Sip rolls a 97. Says I discovered something funny during the curved ice spike thing. What? What did you discover? The back corners are safe from the ice explosions. Only a single curved ice spike goes there. That is interesting. But wouldn't that catch you extremely out of position if, like, the avalanche happens to cover that side? That's, see, but melee can't reach, so if you aren't ranged heavy, it won't matter heavy anyway. So I'm just going to reiterate that what Materia said is there is a spot within range from the first feather that is considered a safe spot, which melee would use. So I guess we're not talking about the same safe spot. The problem is that it's a really specific spot. It reminds me of Hades Extreme in the last phase, where there's like the circle AoEs coming in from the sides, where people figured out a pixel perfect spot, like a single pixel or approximately that, where the circles never hit. So if you just stand there, you can just stand still, but yeah, if you're slightly off, you get hit. It's not a single pixel, obviously, not in practice, because then it wouldn't be very consistent, but it's like a pinpoint position you have to stand on. I would guess that that's what they mean by a feather safe spot. Zartoon says, I notice a lot of fights that have a knockback mechanic that are perfectly spaced for arm's length. And it's quite silly, isn't it? Like, it means that if you just use arm's length correctly, you'll always have it. But yeah, the logic with Feather 2 is specifically that, simply that, you don't have to take that risk to start on it. And, like, you saw how quickly we kill it. Like, when it goes well, we kill it so fast that it's no biggie. Like, does it matter? Not really. Ham says, as a Pictoman, it's still funny how much everyone moves for the curved ice spikes. I guess the thing is, if you have the mobility, there's no reason to like overcorrect. As long as you don't overcorrect into another AoE. Like, if it's free, it's free. That's also the reason why it's not as easy as, well, I've done the fight as Viper. I could probably go and do it as Pictomancer easily. Because it's a completely different game. Like, suddenly you have to like mail order in your movement in a way that you didn't have to before. And in some ways, tanking is almost a step down in that way. Because where a Viper is likely to die from making silly mistakes, a tank, and especially a warrior, is a lot more likely to go, it's fine, I'll just heal. It's okay, I can take it. And then like the healer's like glaring in your general direction, like, can you stop taking all that unnecessary damage? But you can be like, well, we're proccing, right? Right? We're waiting for Sip. He's grabbing he was grabbing IRL ice cubes. Tank privilege is a thing for a reason, yeah. Definitely. We have an hour and a half to get two more clears, and we'll have gotten the same amount of clears as we got last week in less time. However, we still haven't seen a single mount. I haven't seen a single one. We've seen a lot of wings, but none of them are gift wrapped, so they don't count. That is a quite interesting observation. Wow. Just see you spinning as you like just exit off into the sunset, and then I see you just hanging out over in the corner. And it worked. That would have been a lot more help, like that would be a lot more interesting of discovery for everyone if it wasn't out of melee range. But that is helpful for mages. That... I just realized that sounds like the... like Wormwind Thrust, doesn't it? That sounded exactly like Wormwind Thrust, huh? Was that just me? Are you actually the Wormwind Thrust? When the boss leaned forward, it made the sound of Wormwind Thrust. The Dragoon action. What GCD am I playing with? I'm playing with 247 because that's what the game offered me. It's actually, I believe, a very common problem at this moment. That you have to meld skill speed to have something that isn't that. Why do you ask, Perrin? It's him! Windworm Wormwind! Very nice, Ymir. Notice my people is coming up at a bad time? Yeah. That plus... well, there is a moment where the boss is unattackable, or where there's nothing to attack, I suppose, even. That can also affect it, I guess. But yeah, that is exactly because of weird GCT. Very nicely spotted, Perrin. This guy wants to be a Latrion so bad. He's like very long Elatrion. You want an Elatrion raid? Well, I mean, you can do a 4-man in Monster Hunter World. Eschaton Judgment would be horrendous in Final Fantasy XIV. Nah, that would basically be it would just be like a raid wide with a heavy dot. And the third or fourth time or something that he uses it would be Hardened Rage. Keep moving. I think we're going to have some deaths here. Right, healer's dead. Don't think we can do this, even if it would be funny. What region are you on? I am on the EU region. Tank LB, it doesn't matter. But was just checking. Then Ambrogio says, question about raiding. How much of the raid marking is manual versus automatic? Those markers that are put down there are something that we've like that has been designed beforehand that you can place down with in-game systems. Everything else that gets marked throughout the fight that you see on this is the game marking people for you. Like, this person gets this debuff, this person gets that debuff, this gets that buff, that person gets that debuff. So if that's what you mean about manual versus automatic, this part is manual, everything else you see is automatic, and that's the game doing it. However, there are some people that use third-party tools to automatically mark in even greater detail, but like, that's not here. It's not what we're doing. Use tank LB so melee LB can go off. Used to WoW where everyone uses add-ons. Yeah, exactly. There are technically third-party tools, but there is like a Fight Club mentality about it. The developers basically, like, the official stance is you're not allowed to use them. However, if you don't say anything and they can't obviously see it, then they'll act like they didn't notice. But yeah, the important thing is you don't need any add-ons to raid in Final Fantasy XIV. I think that's the important part. You don't need, like, there isn't any like tool that you need to download to be able to raid. I would say that fights are still challenging if you have some sort of third-party tool, but it certainly removes a lot of the challenge. Yeah, exactly, Giraheen. I forgot. I actually, like... Yeah. I realized that I was looking at chat, but I was actually... I had already passed, like, checked out and forgot before I looked at that. I'm sorry. That one's on me. Mimia says I could have soloed it. Notice both the melee went going in after both tanks died. I mean, it's always good to see that the DPS are willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. But yeah, I'm sorry that I suddenly checked out. Hey Zion, hope you've had a good time. That's better. What? Oh no. Slightly less better. Derby says, how did I die? I think you didn't move fast enough from one of the puddles. And so you got the fire dot. And then you died. And that's the thing, if you don't move in time, it doesn't kill you. It gives you a dot and then you die. What are you afraid of? You think I'm going to explode? No, it'll go to your thighs. And then you'll explode. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Leaned a little too hard to the right there. Oh, Derby! Not again! Remember to move. Oh boy. That is scary to go in and try and help someone with the ice boulder next to like a thunder explosion. And can you make it out and also help them? I didn't really have anything. Just kind of sat there awkwardly. Nice. Still no mount drop. Still no mount drop. But now we're up to, let's see, 17 runs? The only mount tonight is the amount of clears. Giraheen, I think what Emir meant was in regards to the Emir solo. Right, if we get this clear, we'll have done just as many as we did last week. And if we're quick, we'll have time to spare to beat it. Maybe we can actually get 20 in 6 hours. Wouldn't that be crazy? Which also means for anyone looking at their their watches, like, oh man, gotta get going. Whatever happens, we're finishing in an hour. So if you can, those that are in the group, if you can hold on for 1 more hour, that's it, then we're done. We might even stop earlier than that if we get the 20. But most an hour. So after this clear, we can start to play terrible. I mean... That's what you truly want, I guess. I think that's a very cool discovery, Han. You just like looked at the mechanic and was like, that's actually a spot exactly for me right there. Oh boy. A little close. My group going, I have altered the deal. Pray that I don't alter it any further. Don't have nothing to apologize for. It's totally fine. That's why I tried to make a funny reference. I don't care. We didn't die. Just got scary. Well then. I'm actually not sure. What? Why did you die? Yeah, well, does this stack still explode if you're dead? So I'm not sure about that. I guess you don't have to worry about it. And that does make sense, I guess. Yeah, I did see Alec got rest. Yeah, that does make sense. That is still a very, very awkward way to die. Zen says, yeah, Zen saw the same thing. Fair enough. I wasn't sure myself. Whoops. I should have done that a little better. I think I've goofed which side we're supposed to go. Somehow it still worked. Kind of. Alright, Fruit. Enjoy your day. The worst part about messing up at the start there is that it costs a lot of damage in the opener. Or it can, at least. Very nice. I feel like this is like the point we seem to peak. Like that's as fast as we can get it. Now speaking of as fast as we can get it, I feel, maybe I remember that wrong, but I feel like usually the boss is at like 51 or 52% or so when it like starts on ice or fire. So I'm curious how far behind we got by. I did see we got a lot of damage downs by that mess up at the start. None. Almost none. Or maybe I remember wrong. That's good, I guess. Or maybe I don't remember anything. Yes. The reprisal on the feather that doesn't work returns from me. The big brain strats of wasting a defensive cooldown. Bam, 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 bam. But I liked floating. I don't know if it's like a region thing, Perrin. It's just an alternative strat that like some people do one, some people do the other. We've talked a little bit about it earlier in the stream. Basically, as you can see, we kill the second feather extremely fast anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And the second feather is easier to take safely for melee DPS. It seems, anyway, that that is the case. And that's why we're doing that. Because it seems to be safer. And it doesn't seem to make a difference. Like, we deal with the feather so fast anyway. So it's like, I don't know if it's a strat that is more popular in EU or something. I just know that it's a strat that I know, and it seems to work. So that's what we've been doing. And some... Uh-oh. How? How do I keep getting away with it? I don't... Like, I don't understand how I keep getting away with that. Your ping is showing again. That's the most insane lucky positioning every time. Like, I'm pretty sure those two things are supposed to resolve at the same time. What? Because apparently you don't get grabbed by the avalanche if you're in a block of ice. Ah, 69. Nice. Parent says in NA it's first feathers always because you can cleave feather and boss no matter the class, and there is a guaranteed safe spot within melee range. What I was told earlier, Perrin, is yes, there is a safe spot, but it's kind of specific and you die if you miss it, and someone else pointed out that they usually do first feather and there are a lot of accidental deaths. So, like, kind of the reason why we do it like that is because the, like, just because it's possible doesn't mean that it's the best idea if there's, like, some sort of inconsistency. Is what I'm getting at. But you're right, Perrin. If it is possible to cleave the boss from first feather, that makes sense. But yeah, it's like, I guess it saves a couple seconds. If you get it wrong, then you lose seconds because someone died. I think that's my best explanation. And also, I also happen to know that, like, I learned that it's rather specific when I died because I greeted a little bit once and got the position wrong. Right. Well, that was 18 runs so far. But I can see that they're like, I can also absolutely see how the prevailing strategy in Party Finder will be the greedy one that maximizes damage. Like, the moment that you mentioned that you can cleave the boss if you do feather, like first feather, I was like, right, that's the reason why first feather is the more popular strategy. Like, you don't even need to say anymore to convince me that that's the that's the strategy that Party Finder would use. Best advice is just the furthest into the outside rear corner of the feather square while still being in melee. It's worth trying at some point. I think we'll stick to second feather for the rest of this session. Because we've gone for so long that I think actually if we start mixing up the strat in any way, the ship is going to fall apart. And yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing is, I would be doing second feather on Viper, and I would perfectly accept that, well, I can't cleave it, just because I'd rather play it safe. I guess that means that I'm not cut out to be a DPS main. I'm not greedy enough. But that is a good point. I had actually not at all considered the cleaving angle. I was like 100% focused on we have to kill the feather. There's something particularly amusing about how the way that Ham goes over to their little special corner while spinning with the hammer. Just spinning out of control, like just zia. The greed! The ultra greed! The scary part about racing into the puddles is it can still just hand you a dot. And while you don't take damage from it, perhaps, while your invuln still lasts... Oof. That's smart, but I'm a tank, so it's fine. The moment the invuln ends, it hurts bad. Not saying that there's a better solution when you're down. Don't know why I did that. The panic reprisal that hits nothing. And that does mean, Emia, if you can use your reprisal, like, just before Tully Disaster starts or something. I don't know. I don't have mine. I accidentally used it. Thank you. The real sucky part is getting revived in the distortion of on Trial 3. One solution is just having a DPS say, "Get down, Mr. President," and take the bullet for you. Just in general, that's just a good solution when you don't know what to do. Just throw DPS at it. Yeah, we've also had situations like that, Parent, although I don't believe we cleared as a result. Like, we specifically, when we were proccing, there were situations where tanks died, mountain fire, and then you just see both melee DPS just go for it. And that's, like, I will say, seems rather consistent. Like, I have yet to have a melee DPS in my group that didn't just jump into the fire when both tanks died. Like, there haven't been many opportunities to demonstrate that fact, but rather consistently, if the opportunity has presented itself, the melee DPS have gone for it. Consistently. Which I think is hilarious. All the melee DPS, deep down, they also want to soak the big tank buster. Okay, we got all of them. For a second I thought there was something coming from down there. It looked really strange. Nope. Everything except the mount. Yeah, same Derpy. I was also like, oh, 4 thing. Never mind. Never mind. Sarah says at this rate I will have every weapon without ever taking a cover. That would be impressive. One final one. Then we have the round 20. And maybe the mount will then drop when we did 20 in a row. But I think if in like half an hour or when we kill this is going to be the last go. Exactly, Perrin. Like I had said that from the very start. Don't start spending your totems on buying something if you're still farming it. Like if you start spending your totems, then I can guarantee you that the thing you spend your totems on will be the thing that drops. Like it's practically guaranteed to happen. Like, it's almost like the game will go like, oh, you bought that one. Watch this. You know, something that is a little bit funny is that Primal Wrath, at least the way I go with the rotation, seems to come up right around when the fire puddles come up. And it almost looks like one of the fire puddle explosions to me. And was this when Primal Rend comes up during the freeze cast? Yes. I also like hold for a bit there, just in case. It would be the dumbest way to get hit, right? It's like you're in the middle of spinning out of control with Primal Rend. You just become an ice block. What? Why did you just suddenly drop dead? Did you stay in the cone? Yeah, doing somersaults in the air. Game says, well, that's actually not moving, so doesn't actually count. Weird how that works. Speaking from experience, are you? No, not at all. Not quite that mechanic, but definitely did get frozen during Primal Rend. Absolutely. No, Shaq! Uh-oh. We have the boulders. Mundo. That's a different one. This is his brother. From Spain, I think. Right? It's always nice when the line happens to be right where you are anyway. Was it already time for that? Uh-oh. Let's not get too excited. This could still go sideways. Nope. No mounts. No mounts. Got 2 cards? Well, that was 20 in like 5 hours, like 5.5 hours or so. 0 mount drops. For things that are not the mount. I think it is really incredible how low the drop rate is for the mount. I wonder how you come up with the idea for the drop rate for such a mount. Like what's the target there? Like how are they like, right, we need everyone to go this many times on average? How do we do that? On the mount. Whoops. It does indeed mean that you have to do the fight a whole bunch. Like, if the amount of totems you need is supposed to be anything to go by, then they're basically saying if you haven't gotten it in 99 runs, then you can have it. And I believe with the Sky Ruin weapons, they say 10 totems. So basically, if that's anything to go by, then it suggests that they're expecting that on average, you should be getting a weapon like 1 in 10. And 1 in 99 that you get a mount. If that's the logic. I don't know what the logic is. I do think, Ymir, that the mountain fire mechanic is like the developers looking at it and going, what would it take to get both tanks to use basically all of their big cooldowns? And well, they need to make it so that the mechanic takes over 15 seconds. And they need both tanks to be involved. 2% would make sense as a base drop if you need 100 for bad luck protection. That's true. I have no idea. Like, with the other drops, like with the weapons, the chance is there's the cover for 1 in 8, and then on top of that, there's the actual weapon that drops. That is a 1 in 21, because, you know, it could be any weapon, and assuming that there's at most 1 of every job. If yours drops, you get it. So it's like a 1 in 8 plus a 1 in 21-ish. How to make a tank buster interesting for the whole party? Yeah, I suppose so. Mine never dropped. Well, no, Ymir, but you didn't do that many runs. Yet. right? I saw the Viper weapon, like the actual Viper weapon, in my 25 runs. I'm pretty sure I've seen one Viper weapon drop. Which makes sense. On average, with 25 clears, you should see one of every weapon drop. And then, like, 4 weapons get an extra. And I've seen the Scholar weapon drop twice, for example. I think we saw the Dragoon weapon drop twice in a row. Was it 3 times in a row? Derby says, I used the cover to get the Gunbreaker weapon, and the next run, the weapon was Gunblade. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And I believe also that Sip got the cover, opened it, and like the next clear, boom, Scholar weapon. Like, it's so extremely accurate that you'd think that they've designed it to do that. Like, they straight up designed it to do that, just to mess with you. But, yeah. With that kind of drop chance, technically, to get every single weapon, you'd probably need, like, if you're going at it alone, well, on average, you'd need like 84 runs to get all of the weapons on average, but that's of course assuming that every run you're doing it with the same group, or at least players with the same amount of weapons as you, and every time the extra weapon goes to someone. Because then it means, you know, there's 2 weapons per clear, you have 8 players, so by at least having 2 weapons each, you, like, everyone would have gotten a weapon per 4th clear on average. And then there's 21 weapons, so Dart says, I saved 2 coffers and bought a weapon for the roles I actually play. Got Reaper, Scholar, and Warrior. I play those, but not main them. Yeah, I've just been opening the covers for weapons, like, for jobs that I have, because, I don't know, like, on Tuesday, we'll have crafted weapons, and assuming that those weapons aren't complete garbage, like, stat-wise, then it means that once those have, like, dropped a little bit in price, there isn't that much need to, grind out all of the trial weapons. And yes, that is a machinist weapon. I got it from the cover. It's a very feathery gun. And actually looks very nice. Very nice. The Extreme 1 weapons reminds me of some weapons from Monster Hunter. Definitely. Like, I'll say the Warrior weapon, like, it has strong Monster Hunter energy in the form of metal weapon with stuff on it. Like, that, it's Monster Hunter, it's straight out of Monster Hunter World. Almost. It's slightly too flashy for that, but it's almost metal weapon with stuff on it. Like, you tone down the gold here a little bit, and bam, that's a Kuroyaku axe. Yeah, the hammer, like, there's also that when there's, like, a hammer that looks like an axe. Or great swords that look like an axe. Yeah, that too. The Dark Knight weapon too. Yeah, the Valhazak axe. If I remember correctly, wasn't the Nergigante greatsword an axe? I'm pretty sure it was. Or is. Didn't stop being an axe. Or maybe it did. But yeah, these kinds of like feather things, it could also look like Great Izuchi, that's true. Great Izuchi, Kuroyaku. Like those kind of weapons had a tendency to be like, put feathers on it, I guess. More like a cleaver? Well, I mean, isn't that a kind of axe? Bad says, I got a mount my first try. That's very lucky. I didn't need to save. And even told them I was staying for more runs, but the group disbanded anyway. No desire to collect all the weapons, just wanted Sage, Pixmans, and Dark Knight. Well, then there you go. And that's the thing, is that if you already have the mount, then the desire to grind even further probably drops substantially as well. There's a black mage weapon that is a scythe. Oh yeah. Wasn't that a I believe it was one of the tome weapons in Shadowbringers? It's a black mage scythe where like you bring it forward and then it like unfolds. It's really funny. Can you get a switch axe in 8.0? What Final Fantasy 14 job would use a switch axe? Yeah, exactly, the Deep Shadow one. What kind of job in Final Fantasy 14 would use a switch axe? A new one. I mean, you got me there. That was kind of what I was going for. Like, personally, I'm a little bit surprised that we somehow don't have a job in Final Fantasy 14 that uses, like, a lance or something. Or, like, I mean, gun lance is maybe a little bit of a stretch, but a lance, it's not because that makes sense. Like, I just want to be clear that the idea of walking into combat and then just lancing someone? You mean that's a dragoon? No, they use spears. They call them lances, and some of them call their weapons lances, but, you know, I'm talking about, you know, like, the big... Exactly, the job called Lancer uses a spear. But I'm, like, talking about a job that uses, you know, like one of those lances that you like charge in on a horse. And exactly that was also what I was getting at. It doesn't make sense. The reason why it surprises me that Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have it is because, as far as I know, other MMOs, even just other games, in my experience, almost like more likely if they're from like Asia in any way, like the idea of a fighter that uses a lance and a shield. like other MMOs that have it, like, well, Terra had it, and then Terra stopped existing. And well, Monster Hunter has it, right? They have 2 of them. So like that's why I'm like I'm overselling it a bit as something that is more normal, just because I happen to have played like a large percentage of the games that happen to have that. And then I get this image that it is more of a thing than it actually is. And absolutely, Herbert. Like that's the thing, is that I could probably imagine that to actually like get a reasonable amount of weapon designs, they'd probably like both have spears and also lances, I guess. But it is absolutely silly. It is absolutely silly. But it is also hilarious, and it sort of looks cool in a way, like somehow. Lance and Angry Lance. Also, hey Coco, hope you're doing well. But that is exactly the reason why it is so funny that that there are a significant amount of games that are either popular or have been that are like, yep, this is an option. You can bring a giant shield and a giant lance. Do I get to use a horse with that? Nope. Absolutely not. You're walking. It should give Paladin super amped elemental discharge. Green says, I believe Terra still exists on console, it's just not on PC anymore. Really? That could be. That also especially makes sense if the console servers are unrelated to Gameforge or something. Emil says what's Terra? Well, for PC at least, it was an MMO. Like, somewhat comparable to World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy in like gameplay, but not entirely. Like, they had more of like a middle ground between tap targeting and like more freeform. And you actually had like a dodge button, things like that. And tanks usually like tanked hits by actually like holding a block. So like you had a resource that you used to hold the block. And you had to like be smart about it, because if you spent all your time blocking, then you didn't get anywhere. Put on my shoe, Barus. Ham says Terra is a dress-up simulator with a combat system attached, to quote a certain other YouTuber. I mean, isn't Final Fantasy XIV that too, if you get far enough? Emir says I'm the only person who didn't play WoW because everyone keeps referencing it. Basically, Emir, the reason why a lot of the time World of Warcraft gets brought up is because the kind of style of combat that World of Warcraft has been copied so many times that it's usually easier to say World of Warcraft, because even if you're someone who only played Final Fantasy XIV, there's a realistically high chance that when someone says it's like World of Warcraft, you'll go, ah, so it's also like Final Fantasy XIV, because Final Fantasy XIV basically copied World of Warcraft and went, how can we make it our own? Like, that's the reason. It's the same reason why we call games that copy Dark Souls Souls-likes. They did it really well first. Jack says Wildstar has a good combat system. It had. And then the game died, I believe. He says, I don't think a 6-month-old could play it. probably not a 6-month-old, but I think I recently saw footage of someone having their 2-year-old play World of Warcraft. Now, whether they did well is another story, but... Not just kidding, but I did actually see that. Aerodel says, that's sad, Final Fantasy XI released before WoW. Yeah, well, see, the thing is, Aerodel, that Final Fantasy XI basically plays completely differently from World of Warcraft. Like, that's also, I think, part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 is so different, is because they went, well, Final Fantasy XI did kind of well, we can just copy that success. And then, build a little on it, and that wasn't good enough. But yeah, basically the gameplay of Final Fantasy XI, as far as I know, is drastically different from World of Warcraft, where like Final Fantasy XIV has very little in combat, very little in common with how Final Fantasy XI plays. But the core differences between Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft, like if we completely boil it down to the basics of how the game works, Final Fantasy XIV has a different GCD, like base GCD. Final Fantasy XIV has this thing with the animation lock. Final Fantasy XIV has things like the attack snapshot differently. Isn't Final Fantasy XI account making an ultimate level raid encounter? I've heard that, yeah. I remember that I saw someone, like, I can't remember the context, but I saw like a guide on X, formerly known as Twitter, that someone put up on how to actually make an account. And it was like a 15+ step process. It was insane. Coco says I was forced to play WoW. How were you forced? Question. How? How like that? Also, that's weird. Why can you not donate in Monaco? Maybe it's because they're suspicious that it's not you because you're not home. You're too far away from home. Imagine looking at X, formerly known as Twitter. I mean, that says Final Fantasy 14. Sorry, Final Fantasy 11 thought it would be a good idea to try to make a normal Final Fantasy game online. Menus are not a user interface for combat. Correct. Exactly. Like that's the thing, is that I have never played Final Fantasy 11, so like I can't speak to it in great detail, but I'm pretty sure that Final Fantasy 11, you actually like, it's menuing. Raika Operator says the hardest part of Final Fantasy 14 is buying the game. Okay, so Final Fantasy 14 and Final Fantasy 11 does have something in common. I stand corrected. They did learn one thing from Final Fantasy 11. If you find the ultimate difficulty of making an account for Final Fantasy 11 is too hard, you can go down to the Savage version and just make an account for Final Fantasy 14 and buying the game for it. Going to X, formerly known as Twitter, is a bad idea, therefore I don't go into X, formerly known as Twitter, often. Well, the thing is, I saw it randomly. I was like, oh, that might be useful. Because of the country? I don't know, Coco. Does them both being Final Fantasy games not count as something in common? So they have two things in common. They also both have black mages, so I guess they have 3 things in common. in. They have Vieras. Does Final Fantasy XI have Vieras? Does it? Emir says no. It wouldn't surprise me. Does Final Fantasy XI have Fran? Yeah, Fran is from 12. Did they add her to 11? They added Fran to 14, but I don't know if they added her to 11. Green says, I'm pretty sure Viera have existed before 12, though. I'm pretty sure they haven't. I'm pretty sure the games that have had Vieras have been 12 and other Final Fantasy spin-off games that have explored the concept of Ivalice. Final Fantasy Tactics first appearance. Is Final Fantasy Tactics also situated in Ivalice? I know Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is situated in Ivalice. That seems to be important for the inclusion of Vieras for some reason. Elana meant Advance. Okay, yeah. I have never played Tactics, like actual Final Fantasy Tactics. I've only played Advance. And there are Vieras there, absolutely. They're the ones that become red mages. Ham says the Ivalice raids are a reference to the original Tactics and its characters, but the original Tactics does not have Viera, I think. Sounds reasonable. I specifically know that... Like, the thing is, I've talked about this before, but when I did the Ivalice raids, the moment that there actually was like light bulb moment where I was like, I know this, was when I saw the bosses in Ivalice, because I recognized them as bosses from Tactics Advance. Don't matter whether they're from Tactics, because those bosses also appeared in Advance, if that's the case. Like, those denizens of the Abyss were bosses that I recognized from Tactics Advance. I mean, there's this thing about buying the game. Is there something like a damage support hybrid in Final Fantasy XIV? Not really, no. The closest you get is that all healers are expected to attack, so technically you could argue that all healers satisfy that requirement. And Astrologian has like a lot of damage buffs that they can give out. So like they're probably the closest to something like that you could get, is my guess. But there isn't really a damage support hybrid. There are damage dealers, there are healers, and healers are expected to attack. Therefore, you could argue that healers are damage support hybrids, depending on how you look at it. Red Mage and Summoner are close. I feel like they're way too far over in the damage department to count as a support hybrid. But they are the closest, I suppose, as a DPS. The lines that the bosses in Oban say are direct pulls from their attack lines in Final Fantasy Tactics. And see, the thing is, as I said, the bosses from Tactics Advance are like the denizens from the Abyss, like those that they summoned, I recognized as bosses from that game. And just consider that for a moment, because I said that, like, my experience, like, a lot of people that get into Final Fantasy XIV have played other Final Fantasy games, often many. I got into Final Fantasy XIV after I had played 7 when I was less than 7. I genuinely, like, I was actually small Kai when I played 7. Enjoy, Camilo. And I played Final Fantasy 1 for PlayStation 1, so not exactly the same kind of like, I can't even remember if it had spell slots, but it was Final Fantasy 1, where like you could at most learn 3 spells for each tier and things like that. Played that a bit again when it was like 7 or something like that. I also very briefly tried 2 because Final Fantasy 1 and 2 came in this like double pack. Didn't like that one. My brother and I very quickly discovered that if you wander into the wrong spot right at the start, you'll just get killed. That was not very fun. And we didn't understand what made that, so we just felt like it was random, and then we died, and then we quit. We didn't know where to go. And then I tried... Well, my brother had 10 too. And he also got 12. But he didn't beat either of them, and I didn't have very much interest. In fact, I remember that he did not like that they changed up how combat worked in 12. Despite him not being that attached to that concept. It was just, well, it's different now. And I played Tactics Advance a lot. A lot. Which meant that, like, I almost completed Final Fantasy VII alongside my brother. And I have completed Tactics Advance. Nyafeshte is my brother. You started on 10 on PC recently. So you're going to do 10 too when you beat it? But that would of course mean that when I get into Final Fantasy XIV, what am I looking for? I'm looking for Final Fantasy VII, and I'm looking for Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Those are the ones that I recognize. Didn't play any other Final Fantasy games enough to, like, know about any of them. So I see a boss like Ifrit, and I'm like, I guess it's a summon. See a boss like Titan, I guess it's a summon. Like, whatever. Yes, there's a 10 too. And like, if I had started in Shadowbringers, I would have been like, then I would have, you know, had like the light bulb when I was like, oh, ruby weapon, awesome, I know that guy, I lost a lot to him. Oh, emerald weapon, I know that guy, I lost a lot to him. But you know, by the time Shadowbringers came out, Final Fantasy XIV was like reaching the point where it was the Final Fantasy game I played the most among Final Fantasy games. So for me, when they make a reference to a different Final Fantasy game, I can appreciate the reference, but often I would need to like look it up to get it. Actually, Bondi, I'm pretty sure that the biggest peak of nostalgia bait they could come up with is if they really started going hard on Final Fantasy VII stuff. Just considering how insanely popular Final Fantasy VII was and is relative to all the other Final Fantasy games. I'm not saying that that the other games weren't popular. I'm just saying that 7, as far as I know, is like... It's so much in a different ball game that they decided to remake it in such a way that they did, right? So like I would say, you know, that they're going hard on the references if they start bringing out Final Fantasy VII references. extra ones. They're saving the 7 crossover for when the sub numbers start to plummet. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Emir says I didn't like Final Fantasy VII. Fair. I'll also say that looking at how the gameplay of Final Fantasy VII, like actual Final Fantasy VII, like the original one, is... I don't know if I would actually... Like, I'm... Like... I think I would enjoy the remake more, which I have played a bit. Zip says the issue with the 7 crossover is that they can't give us the hair. I mean, I don't think they've given us specifically hair from... Well, I mean, they have when they did that, but what I meant by that, I just want to say, what I meant by crossover was not crossover in the same way that they did, like, 15, where they have, like, a little event quest. I'm talking... like how they're doing Final Fantasy IX right now. That's how I mean. I mean... when are we getting those who fight further in Final Fantasy XIV? That's what I mean. Coco says, which is the one with Tifa? That's 7. And Zip is saying you should play Baldur's Gate 3. Well, Zip, we're almost at the end, I believe. But yeah, I'll say Final Fantasy VII is certainly a game of all time. When I learned how you're actually, like, how the combat works... Because the thing is, as I said, I played Final Fantasy VII when I was actually small Kai, right? So, didn't know English. Just click the button that make the big number. How do you get that button? Who knows? Just put the weird colored gems in the thing. Maybe you'll have the spell. You see what happens. I remember I liked the one that summoned a chocobo, a chocobo stampede. No way, there were 2 small Kais at one point, I suppose, if we assume that small Kai that exists now existed before she was created. But she's a primal, so I suppose that's a yes. Right. Well. Small Kai, less small Kai, and tall Kai? Well, which one is the less small Kai? Yeah, we did 20 clears. And I got 5 weapons out of that. That's actually exactly the average that I mentioned earlier. That you'd expect around 1 weapon every 4th clear or so. Davey says I got a feather. Oh, I didn't. I got 2 cards. But yeah, I think we'll say that that were that. So if you enjoyed this grinding session, first of all, of farming for mounts that didn't drop. Note, we got 0 drops. Enjoyed it very much. remember that it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it on the YouTube system. Tells other people that you enjoyed it very much and like other people to see it as well. And if you'd like to see more of me and the people in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you'll find most of them, I'm pretty sure. You'll also find the weekly schedule, so you can see what else is coming up on a given week. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room, where I put links to videos and streams when they come out. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification when I post a video, post a stream. You also get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can choose to become a member of the channel. You can gift memberships. You can use the super chat stuff, all of that. Apparently not if you're in Monaco, according to Coco. If you don't want to use the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps me directly. So thank you all so much for the support. And I think that's it. 6 hours of fighting Valley Amanda. That's quite a lot of Valley Amanda. But I think that'll be all from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.